message from Miss Anka of Wednesday has arrived. The time has come for the righteous members of Wednesday to convene. Meet at Odin's Tavern. Your current task is to search for the data singularity within Shooter Electronics. Are you planning to ignore their message?
Didn't you get my message, researcher? Gray Fox is nearly done decrypting that file, so hurry over to Odin's Tavern. You don't want to miss out on the moment of truth, do you? Fine then. I'll go inform Gray Fox. See you at the tavern!
Copy that. Setting route to Odin's Tavern now.
Like I said, if Roslyn knew that I was the same ace who broke into Aurora Industries, I would have gotten caught a long time ago. Wouldn't it be too suspicious if I suddenly approached her and asked about the case?
It's just way too strange for the Public Security Bureau to be this quiet after such a huge incident. Something must be up.
Huh? She says she's experiencing some technical issues and has to log off for a while. She also says not to bother her unless it's really important. She's probably fighting off some other hackers, which is nothing new for her. She won't give up until she wins. But if you ask me, I bet she's bickering with her annoying dad and brother over some family matters. They're probably planning something big right now. It's better to talk about this stuff in person. If Gray Fox finds out you're saying things like this behind your back, she might throw you off the floating minibus next time.
Can we move on to our actual business now?
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Thanks to the brilliant effort of Wednesday's top-notch hacker Gray Fox, that dangerous and mysterious Aurora Industries file is almost fully decrypted. Almost being the operative word here. We're still only at 85%, so why don't we have a few beverages while we wait? And since Mr. Baggus isn't here, we can even crack open some of the good stuff.
If you don't mind, I still have a few questions I wish to ask you, researcher.
That's fine, but you don't have to be so formal, you know? I'm not really used to it.
This matter is extremely important, so please, think carefully before answering them. When the laboratory on floor 27 of the Aurora Industries building exploded, the cause was determined to be an experimental device. As a researcher, surely you know something about it, right?
Of course. It was an Omnium reactor, an essential device for their Omnium research. Having that reactor allowed them to connect to the Tower of Fantasy and extract its Omnium for all kinds of experimental purposes. However, Aurora Industries wasn't authorized to run experiments on Omnium at the time, meaning the laboratory on floor 27 was entirely illegal. This may be the reason behind the Omnium reactor's explosion.
So, before you activated the Space Rift, what exactly did you do with that machine?
It's hard to explain, but think of it this way. If the world you live in is the virtual world of a game, then the world I went to is where the code exists for that game.
Is that some kind of joke? If you don't want to tell me, then just say so.
Yes, but that was all in the past, so why are you asking about it now? Did you find evidence of Aurora Industries running more illegal experiments?
No, I'm just trying to clear up a few things for myself. Do you think you'll come across another experimental device like that in the future? Because if you do, I sure hope you'll be able to control it like last time.
Huh? What do you mean?
Shh! Quiet down! I'm getting a call from Rosalind. Where are you right now, Anka? Odin's Tavern? Yeah, that's right. We open at night, so we spend the day cleaning up the place. It's not safe. Get out! The public sector on their way. Capture you. Huh? Are you going through a tunnel or something? Hello? Rosalind?
What happened?
I'm not sure, but it sounded like she was going through a tunnel. She'll probably call back soon. In the meantime, let's try out my latest secret recipe. Mr. Baggus says that if it passes his evaluation, he'll put it on the menu and give me a cut of the profits. I call this one Rainbow Bridge, since it's made of 7 different beverages, including apple juice, blueberry juice, cola, and oolong tea. It's quite complex to make.
I don't think Bacchus will put your Rainbow Bridge on the menu, since he says Odin's Tavern can't afford to have any food safety violations.
Is it really that bad? So you're still here after all. Something felt wrong when my call got interrupted. It looks like the signal has been cut off in this area. Anka, Uncle Wells, Chief Wells, knows all about you now. He's sending a special team to arrest you as we speak. But make no mistake, they're coming to execute you. I overheard him talking with some of the other police officers. His plan is to have every single one of you eliminated during the course of your arrest.
Are you done yet, Rosalind? The Chief's special team has almost reached the Astra building. If they see you helping the enemy, you're done for.
I know. Just give me a little more time. I can't ensure their safety without your help.
Fine. 2 more minutes and not a second longer. After that, I'm leaving with or without you.
Ahem. Rookie Officer Roslin of District 23, ID AS020640S, has discovered suspected members of the criminal organization known as Wednesday within Odin's Tavern. You all have the right to remain silent. Roslyn, what the heck are you talking about? What criminals? We're all law-abiding citizens here. Would law-abiding citizens commit criminal acts such as infiltrating Aurora Industries kidnapping a Kylo researcher, harming multiple Public Security Bureau officers and peacekeepers, and blowing up a laboratory? Did you say kidnap? I remember hearing about some criminal group known as Wednesday on the news, but I didn't think they kidnapped people too. The researcher in question is standing right in front of me. Why else would they be here if they weren't kidnapped? Seriously, how long are you going to keep up the act? I'm a special officer of Asperia, not some gullible kid. Back on floor 27, the woman next to you tried to shoot me, but you stopped her. When your mask fell to the floor, everything became crystal clear to me.
They're almost here, Rosalind. Just give up on her and get out while you still can. Is some low-life criminal really that important to you? Look, we can see their lights approaching.
I'm not done lecturing you, but it looks like we're out of time. You need to come with me right now or you won't survive. Did you really come here to arrest me? Tell me what the heck is going on. Don't you get it? The only way I can protect you now is to arrest you by the book and take you into custody in District 23 before the Chief's team arrives. So the boss was right. You really did see my face last time. So why didn't you try to arrest me on the spot? And if Wells really wants me dead, why are you here trying to save me? Unless you knew that I was Siga all along. And here I thought I was hiding it so well. I'm sorry, Rosalind. Of course I knew who you were. Wait. Siga? What are you talking about, Anka? No. It can't be. No. There's no way you could... Now's not the time for jokes, Anka. If I'm not Siga, then why haven't you tried to arrest me this whole time? And why did you come to rescue me from Wells? Would you really go this far for someone as worthless as Anka? Who says Anka is worthless? And as for Uncle Wells, he's just not the type of person I thought he was. Wait, I know what you're doing. You're trying to trick me, aren't you? Now that you know I'm here to arrest you, you're pretending to be Siga so that I'll let you go out of sympathy. Well, nice try, but I'm not falling for it. That's not it at all, Rosalind. I really am Siga. Just let me explain everything from the beginning.
Hey, can you two save your sappy reunion drama for when we're in a safe place? That little cop girl is right. The roaches have entered the building. The front and back doors to the tavern have been sealed off, and our surveillance cameras have been taken out. We need to find a way out of here, and fast.
But without any Omnium devices, I can't open a space rift. We'll have to fight our way out. By the way, did you see how many of them are out there?
3 squads with 45 operatives and plenty of drones. You can't break through them. Your only option is to surrender to me in front of the body camera right now. You're all suspects in the case. I can guarantee your safety in a monitored separate holding cell in District 23, and I'll personally watch over you.
You insult our intelligence officer, Rosalind. Do you really think that Wednesday is dumb enough to only have 2 ways in and out of their own base? Go ahead, Anka. Lead the way.
You got it, boss. Sorry, Rosalind, but I still have too much important stuff to do to let you lock me up. Is that your final decision? Because if you leave with her right now, you'll be branded a criminal for life. And while I still haven't figured out Uncle Wells' situation, one thing I know for sure is that he'll never let any of you go. If that's the case, then you should come along with us. If Wells finds out you came to help us after overhearing his order to assassinate us, you'll be in just as much danger. What? No, Uncle Wells would never. And even if he knew, I'm certain he would never do anything like that to me. Are you saying that to convince us or to convince yourself? Because as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't deserve the same amount of trust you've always given him. So you're saying I should trust a known liar like you instead? If you really want me to believe you, Just do as I say and turn yourself in. I'll admit that it was wrong of me to lie to you. But starting today, I swear I'll never lie to you again. So please, won't you come with me, Rosalind? We can still keep our promise from all those years ago.
This is the police. You've been surrounded, so there's no use resisting. Come out with your hands up and surrender now.
No, I can't. I'm a proud officer of the Asperia Public Security Bureau, and my duty is to apprehend criminals in the name of the law. That goes for you. And for Uncle Wells, if necessary. That's fine. I'll let you do whatever you have to do to me. But right now, I have something more important to do, and that's ensuring your safety.
It's a flashbang. Move it.
Another successful escape? Not too shabby, huh? Anka! I'm the one who's supposed to arrest you, not guess the other way around. I got caught up in the moment. You...
Target's in sight! Don't let them get away!
This way, researcher.
Boss, are you two okay?
I think so. We should be safe here for now. But we can't hang here forever.
Then I'll go draw their attention, while you guys go out there and you're a goner of the boss and the others.
Just go ahead, Anka. The researcher and I will find a way out. We'll regroup once you manage to shake those cops.
Roger that. Just watch your back.
Kill those two first!
Stay close and follow my lead.
Okay.
You're pretty good in a fight, researcher.
Sir, two of the suspects are fleeing towards Central District. The third still appears to be some...
Hunt them down. Don't let any of them...
Yes, sir. But when we arrived at Wednesday's base of operations, Officer...
Rosalind, you say? Kill the others on sight, but no one is to harm Rosalind. Understood?
Yes!
Rosalind was telling the truth. Chief Wells of the Asperia Public Security Bureau really plans to use this operation to wipe out Wednesday. And all of us with it.
But Wednesday hasn't done anything to warrant such an extreme response. This must have something to do with that Aurora Industries file.
Oh no, the file is still back at the tavern.
Don't worry, I grabbed them on our way out. Still, I can't believe Ace actually managed to steal something this important from Aurora Industries. I just hope they're okay.
Boss, are you and the researcher okay?
We're fine, Anka. Where are you right now?
I'm not exactly sure, but we're still somewhere in Astra District. Rosalind and I were too busy running away to pay attention to our surroundings, but we managed to lose those cops for the time being. Oh, and I heard some of them say that they weren't just after us, but the file as well. Ow! Stop yanking me around, Rosalind! That hurts! Then stop standing around like that. You can walk while you talk, can't you? Now come over to the window and help me scout the area.
Anka? You two aren't still handcuffed to each other, are you?
It's all Anka's fault. She dropped the key while we were running away. Hey, at least I got us to a safe place, right? We'll figure out how to get these cuffs off later, so stop stressing about it. Break them? These are specialized Public Security Bureau handcuffs, not some cheap toy. Ugh, you make me so mad sometimes. I'm sure we'll think of something. Anyway, just give me a minute to ask about the file. If you're talking about the file you stole from the Aurora Experimental Center, then I suggest you stop deciphering it right now. You've already made enough mistakes, don't you think?
Why is that?
Because you've been misled. Lucius planted that fake file and hid tracking malware in it, which led me straight to Odin's Tavern. That's how Wells was able to completely surround your base as well.
Now that I think about it, Grey Fox did mention dealing with some kind of tracking. I see. So the real trap was hidden in this file. Everything else was just a distraction.
But that means we only have half of the genuine file. Ugh. Why does Grey Fox have to disappear now of all times? Ow! Easy, Anka! You're hurting my arm!
In other words, we only managed to steal anything of value during our first attempt. But since Grey Fox agreed to decipher the file, that must mean there's something useful in it. However, the fake file is clearly helping the enemy track us down, and we still can't access its contents since we're only at 90% decryption progress. Sorry, Ace, but we have to stop deciphering the file for now.
I understand, boss. Our best bet is to play it safe and listen to Rosalind until we can reach Grey Fox. That's what I've been saying all along. Instead of pretending to be Sigga, you should have just come to the precinct with me. The same goes for the rest of you. I'm not pretending, Rosalind. Besides, I couldn't just leave you there when they started throwing flashbangs. What were you thinking? I'm an officer of the Public Security Bureau. They wouldn't have done anything to me since I was there to arrest you people. You say that, but how can you be so sure that Wells would see it that way?
Anka has a point, Rosalind. Wells has already proven himself to be extremely dangerous. Do you really think he won't hurt you too?
To be honest, I can't be sure anymore. But that's why I have to get to the bottom of this. I need to uncover Wells' dealings with Aurora Industries and why he's trying to kill you all. You think he's somehow connected to Aurora Industries? Why didn't you say so earlier?
It's pretty obvious, Anka. You've always been a problem for Aurora Industries, and suddenly Wells is after you too?
Then it looks like we should team up, Rosalind. I even have the perfect name for our little joint investigation. Operation Reunited Friends versus the Supervillains. I'll say this one last time. I'm Officer Rosalind of the Asperia Public Security Bureau, and my duty is to apprehend criminals in the name of the law, not play detective with them. But we have the perfect characters for a story like this. Just picture it. A noble thief with a secret identity, teaming up with a righteous cop who refuses to be anyone's pawn.
I put a stop to the deciphering process and completely shut off the terminal.
Anka and Roslyn are still handcuffed to each other, which means we can't move around too easily. If you're worried...
No, the four of us would draw too much attention. It's safer for them to stay here for now. Who knows? Maybe they'll work something out in the meantime. As for us, we have more important things to worry about. Like finding the experimental Omnium device in Shooter Electronics and reopening the Space Rift.
Huh? You mean the two of us? I don't mind going to Shooter Electronics, but why do you want to come along?
I told you before, I need to see that machine activate one more time.
Researcher, the order for your arrest has been issued. Discretion is highly advised.
Thanks for the warning, Mia. But I don't think that's enough to stop our friend here. Gunpowder? It's me. A friend and I are planning to break into a Shooter Electronics lab. Think you can give us a hand? Let's meet up at the usual place.
Huh?
An old acquaintance. Come on. He's already sent someone to meet us. So what? Do I look like someone who cares about other people's opinions?
Fine. A lowly researcher like me could never beat you in a fight or even outrun you, so I guess I'll just do as I'm told.
Good. Stick with me and you won't have to worry about a thing.
So, do you have a plan to get into Shooter Electronics?
No, but it's better to let Gunpowder handle small details like that.
You call that a small detail? Why didn't you ask this Gunpowder guy to help out last time instead of sending Ace to kidnap me?
That was a Wednesday operation, and Gunpowder isn't one of us.
Huh?
Am I not allowed to know people outside of Wednesday? He's a member of the Fang Gang. I helped him out with a few things in the past. The Fang Gang values loyalty over anything else, which is why they'll give me a hand if I ask for it.
An underground gang member, huh? That makes sense, I suppose. Not many people would want to get involved with us right now. Nola, what exactly do they owe you for?
Boss, I've missed you like crazy.
Huh?
Save it, Gunpowder. Have you looked into Shooter Electronics like I asked?
I sure did. One of my affiliates is a mole working within Shooter, and he's as smart as he is patient. The guy's already worked his way into management. I'll call him over right away. As for your friend, how should I address you?
This is Wednesday's newest crewmate.
You actually got into Wednesday? When's it gonna be my turn, boss? So is your code name or something? Got it. Once my guy gets here, you and the boss are free to ask him anything you want.
Sounds good. Hey, Nola, did you notice how quiet it was on the way here? It's just like that time at the Astra building.
You know, for a researcher, your intuition can be as sharp as a soldier sometimes. I guess it's never that easy to get rid of cockroaches, huh? Sorry, Gunpo, but it looks like we've been followed. I think it's best if we leave this place and go find your guy ourselves. So would you mind sending some of your men to handle the cops?
Alrighty.
Huh?
Yep, that's me too. Looks like you're still pretty new to Wednesday, so let me clue you in. The boss doesn't remember the names of very many people. I'm just honored that she almost remembers mine. Alright, now let's move on to more serious matters. Listen up.
How has the Fang Gang been doing lately?
Thanks to you, we've never been better. My guys are working honest jobs now, in both the Omnium business and traditional industries. And they sure know how to make it. We've been working hard and leaving ordinary folks alone, just like you told us. The other gangs are still afraid of us, so they've been keeping quiet lately too.
Sounds like you've been working hard. Keep it up, Gunpo.
Can't let you catch me slacking, boss.
It seems like you and Nola are pretty close, Gunpowder.
Of course we are. If the boss hadn't helped us get our revenge, the Fang Gang would have disbanded long ago. Who knows where we'd be right now if it wasn't for her? She even took a bullet for me back then, which is why I'm still breathing right now. I could never repay her for that. I owe her everything, including my own measly life. If she asked me to die for her, I'd do it without a second thought. That's right. And she survived only because of that badge she always carries around. I never would have forgiven myself if she didn't make it. This is Bright, my inside guy in Shooter Electronics. Go ahead and ask him whatever you'd like, boss.
Boss? Ah, I see. I'll do everything I can to answer your questions.
Does Shooter Electronics have any Omnium reactors? We need one to verify something for ourselves.
An Omnium reactor? Oh. Yes, a few of them actually. As one of the top 10 Omnium technology companies in Ada, they definitely require reactors such as this for their research. As for where they're located, I can think of several locations where they're likely using them for experimentation. However, because of the Omnium Experimentation Prohibition Act, all Omnium-related research needs to be reported to the Federation Nexus before it can officially begin. Due to heavy delays in the approval process, Shooter Electronics hasn't activated their Omnium reactors for several years. How about the Ring? It's a large-scale Omnium research laboratory, so its basement floor is bound to have a reactor. I can make a passkey for you, and the lab is under maintenance right now, so there shouldn't be many people around. That should save you some trouble.
The Ring it is. Let's get moving.
Hello? Yes. Uh-huh. Got it. Looks like the cops are on their way here, boss. Bright. Make them that passkey while I go scope things out.
Watch your back out there. Actually, I'm coming with you.
The boss and I checked things out, and it looks like we're surrounded. Judging by how many of them are out there, I'd say they're trying to catch us all in one fell swoop. We need to go now before it's too late. Sorry, boss, but it looks like we'll have to take a rain check on the Ring.
Save the apologies for later. Let's focus on getting out of here.
I know a way out of here. Please follow me.
The Public Security Bureau shouldn't be able to follow us here.
Looks like we have no choice but to fight back now. Take this data file and review it on the way, Rocket.
Alrighty. Just leave it to me, boss. I'll meet up with my guys and we'll look for a safe place to talk. This here's my boss, so show her the same respect you'd show me.
Huh? The boss's boss?
I don't know.
What do you mean you dunno? The boss told you to show some respect, so do it!
Hello, boss.
Our guys are in position just like you asked, boss. We'll be sure to cause a big ruckus so that the cops have to divert most of their manpower over here. You'll only have to deal with their own henchmen after that.
Precisely. According to that little cop girl, there are people within the police force who've been assigned to eliminate us. This way, we can single them out from the rest of the cops. Handling them will be difficult, and even more so if we have to fight off the rest of the Public Security Bureau. The other cops are innocent, so there's no reason to get them involved. Given that they're also short on manpower, Wells will have no choice but to send only his most trusted officers after us, while the rest deal with Gunpowder and his gang. Things will get a lot easier if we can get rid of them first. We can even use their equipment to send false information and buy ourselves more time. We'll be able to move around more freely that way too. Causing a huge scene isn't too much to ask, right, Firecracker?
Of course not. My guys will pose as Blue Ada followers, so the government won't touch us. We'll have the public support on our side.
Sounds good. Just keep it discreet and make sure no one discovers your identities.
Don't worry. The guys I picked are pros at this kind of stuff.
Awesome. Let's get started.
Anyway, it's been a while since we pulled a job together like this. My guys are in position and ready to roll, boss.
Good. We're ready to start over here, too.
Everyone's so pumped up for this, it'd be a shame if I didn't say a few words first. Listen up, boys. On my command. Hang on. How did it go again? Oh yeah? Even I feel a little brainwashed after hearing their slogans over and over again. Ahem! Ban Omnium Tech! Make Ada blue again! Ban Omnium Tech!
This is a good place to trap Wells' cronies and take them out of the picture. Your little smart servant should know what to do, right, researcher?
Okay. Related language data has been downloaded. Preparing to falsify a police report.
Hello? Is this the police?
Yes, please state your emergency.
I think I've discovered Wednesday's location here on the business street.
I see. I will send your position to the command center right away.
You have to hurry. I'll keep an eye on them, but I'm scared of what they'll do if they find me.
We'll be there as soon as we can, so please stay safe until then. The Public Security Bureau has a duty to protect every single law-abiding citizen.
Now, we just wait for our prey to take the bait.
Looks like someone found Wednesday. But we can't send everyone after them this time. We'll have to make do with just the task force's members.
Of all the rotten times for this to happen. Understood. Just call if you need any backup.
Well, it really is you guys. Chief Wells, we've found the suspects. Yes, sir, I understand.
If we use their terminals to send false information to the Public Security Bureau, we can throw them off our trail for a while. Looks like we're in the clear for now. I'll give Gunpowder a call. We're all clear on our side, Gunpowder. Thanks for your help. You can lay low now.
It's good to know you're safe now. I'll sort the rest of the things out with the Fang Gang. Feel free to contact me if you need any help.
Sure. Oh, I'm getting another call. Talk to you later, Gunpo.
Boss, are you two okay? Rosalind just told me they took down your arrest orders, but the Public Security Bureau announced that you're in custody.
We're fine, Ace. We just borrowed a terminal from one of the cops to send out a false report. Why do you sound so out of breath?
That's because someone had the bright idea to infiltrate Aurora Industries despite having a warrant out for her arrest. Hey, you're the one who keeps whining about getting to the bottom of this. You think I like being stuck with you all the time? Aurora Industries doesn't just have the evidence we need. They also have security drones that are strong enough to break these cuffs. 2 birds, 1 stone, right? Oh, so is that why you tripped the alarm? Attracted every single drone and guard in the building, and nearly got us shot to death? Are you okay? Nah, we're totally fine. Rosalind is actually a lot nicer than she sounds, and she saved me right in the nick of time. In the end, we had to take our chances and use one of their weapons to blast the handcuffs off. But hey, it all worked out. You know, you looked super heroic when you saved me earlier, Rosalind. You even called me Sika, remember? You remember, right? course not. I was just doing my duty as a police officer, protecting the suspect until she can be judged in a court of law. Ow! All right, Roslyn, I get it! You're a wonderful officer and the pride of the police academy. Now could you please take it easy on me? I haven't forgotten about how you pushed me into the wall earlier. That was to get you out of their line of fire. If it wasn't for these handcuffs, or my desire to learn the truth about Wells and Aurora Industries, I wouldn't be risking my life for you out here.
If neither one of you is dead, then I'm hanging up the phone. We have some business with Shooter Electronics to attend to.
Wait, boss! Why are you going over there all of a sudden? I thought we were targeting Aurora Industries right now.
I need to clear up a few matters for myself. We'll come find you once we're done. It's dangerous outside. So keep your heads down and don't do anything reckless.
Got it. You two stay safe too. Roslyn and I will go look for a safe place to meet and let you know when we do.
So we're still going to Shooter Electronics?
Do you need my help?
That's not necessarily the case. I just checked the entry logs and it looks like someone signed in, but never signed out. There's a chance that person is somewhere down below. Let's keep looking around for more clues. Once we find the way down, we'll move on. Just remember to stay out of sight and be on the lookout for lab personnel. It's best if we can approach the reactor quietly and without alerting anyone to our presence.
Okay.
Looks like it. Let's go. Remember, stay hidden and don't alert anyone below.
It's getting too dark to see. Why aren't the lights on? If someone's actually down here, they should have turned on the lights. Watch out, Nola!
What exactly are these things? Is Shooter Electronics manufacturing biological weapons?
Why are there aberrants here? The Omnium Plague. Did it break out down here, too? You don't have any suppressors, so why are Nola and I... They aren't behaving like aberrants. What in the world is happening in this lab? Finally found it.
There's no telling what the aberrants lurking around here will do next. Let's make this quick, researcher.
I didn't expect another data singularity to appear on this machine. I wonder if they're somehow connected.
What?
No, it's nothing.
How long will you be gone this time? Anka thought you ditched us for good last time.
I wouldn't do that. And this shouldn't take too long either. The Space Rift's anchor point is set to a target destination, so it'll take me straight to where I need to go.
I see. Then I'll stay behind and guard this place. The aberrants don't pose much of a threat to me, but we can't afford to let them damage any of this equipment. Just focus on your objective, and I'll handle the rest here.
And under different circumstances this time, it appears. I can sense the alteration virus's signal coming from somewhere in your vicinity.
I see a swarm of black and purple bugs attacking the firewall. Are those the alteration virus? It looks like such a one-sided fight. The firewall has no way of defending itself from the virus.
Yes, those are indeed manifestations of the alteration virus. Based on the data you sent back, the control tower has most likely been infected. I have implanted a temporary antivirus protocol to your Authorizer's terminal, which should allow you to fight them. Eliminate the alteration virus, and once they're gone, proceed to the control tower and restore it to its uninfected state.
Special unit has been detected. Please report its presence to Commander Antoria.
Understood. Shirley, is it really you? Don't worry, we completed our mission and everyone's safe now. But you, I've been looking everywhere for you. So, you really were the one who kidnapped me before. So, what are you doing here anyway? Just now, that... Looks like Dr. Claire was right. The crazy nemesis from before isn't gone after all. This Sky Piercer sounds really dangerous. So is there any way for me to get you out of here right now? Huh? We can talk about the Sky Piercer later. Right now, our priority should be getting you out of here. Can't we at least try first? Maybe it's possible with the control tower? Shirley... Shirley... Huh? Nola, are you alright?
I'm fine. I just experienced a small reaction when you disappeared. Just like when you activated the Omnium reactor last time. It drew the attention of the monsters out there, and they started closing in. But just as I was about to fight back, they suddenly turned back into normal people and collapsed on the floor. After checking their vitals, they appear to be fine now. They're just unconscious, but they could wake up any second. I had no idea they were people all along.
Huh?
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. Let's not worry about that right now. I'm almost done deciphering the file that put us in this situation in the first place. Aren't you curious to see what's in it?
Alright, let's upload the data to my terminal to see what it says.
Reshape reality. Reshape reality. No! No! Why is this happening?
What's wrong, Nola? This badge. It's the same one from the file. And these bullet holes. Is this the same badge that Gunpowder was talking about?
I remember now. The other bullet hole. I was in an extremely bloody battle once, where almost everyone else died.
Huh?
I can't remember clearly. I just see bodies everywhere. No way out. I don't know where I am anymore. I'm so scared.
It's okay, Nola. I'm right here. Just take your time and tell me what you remember.
I took a bullet for someone in that battle.
That matches what Gunpowder said. But there are 2 bullet holes. Can you remember what the badge means, Nola?
Ugh. My head hurts too much to remember. All I know is that everything will make sense once I discover its meaning. But no matter how hard I try, I just can't remember anything about it.
You look like you're in a lot of pain. Let's take a break for now. Nola? Nola!
People I should have never forgotten.
They're gone. You're safe.
Thank you, researcher. Let me take another look at that file.
Okay.
When I saw those words, my mind suddenly felt like a churning sea. This file is tied to my past somehow. And it's going to help me uncover more about it. It's definitely related to the Omnium Reactor too. After all these years, I finally found a lead. I'm going to learn everything there is to know about this file, as well as the truth behind that badge and my connection to them.
Nola.
I need your help for this, researcher. I know I've forgotten something extremely important. I want to know what kind of person I used to be, and what kind of things I did in the past.
I completely understand the pain of losing your memories, as well as the desire to get them back. But there's something more urgent I need to handle right now, Nola. I'm sorry.
You can temporarily vanish from our world after activating an Omnium reactor. You hardly blink when you're facing experimental monsters, and you have incredible intuition and combat capabilities. I know you're not just an ordinary researcher from Hykros. I don't care about your real motives for coming to Asperia, but as long as you're willing to help me, then no matter what happens next, as long as you don't hurt anyone in Wednesday, I'll offer you my unconditional support.
But All right. I promise.
Good. Thank you.
Finally, we're out. My back couldn't take any more of that waiting. Nola, I presume. And as for your friend there, you must be from the arrest warrant. You've had your fun. Now come along quietly and don't give me a reason to get rough with you.
More troubles have come our way.
Get rough? Well, that's my favorite way to settle things.
Those two criminals are under my jurisdiction. I won't let you take them away. Meryl? You know who I am?
Who are you and what are you doing here? I'm warning you, if you dare interfere with the Public Security Bureau's official matters.
My name is Special Agent Meryl of the Federation Nexus, and you're more than welcome to run my credentials. Now that I have these two in my custody, your work here is done.
Chief, there's a woman here by the name of Meryl. She claims to be a federal agent and wants to take the suspects into custody. Copy that, sir. Standing down. Agent Meryl, Police Chief Wells welcomes you to Esperia and wishes to speak to you in person. He'll be waiting for you at the Public Security Bureau's offices.
Your friends.
Boss, it's me! You're not hurt, are you?
Anka, have you been captured? Let this be your only warning. Meryl, if you don't let her go right now, you'll end up 6 feet under.
That's Agent Meryl to you, Miss Nola. And while your threat is very convincing, rest assured that they are perfectly safe.
You've got the wrong idea, boss. Agent Meryl's a good person. Rosalind and I are only safe right now because she rescued us. The story is a little complicated, and it would take too long to explain, so just come and meet up with us first. Rosalind's still mad at me, so I gotta go. See you soon!
Wait, Anka! I think we can trust Agent Meryl, Nola. Her younger brother Victor is a Hykros researcher, as well as someone I know fairly well. You know Victor? We met a few times during Hykros' academic conferences. It makes sense if he never brought me up, since we aren't really friends. But trust me when I say we don't want any trouble. I'm only doing what needs to be done. Now let's go.
Come on, Roslyn. Just smile already. Remember how I used to make you laugh when the other kids picked on you? Or called you names like Princess Mermaid? Enough! It's bad enough that we're stuck here with each other. So can you stop with all this pointless nonsense? What's so pointless about it? I'm only trying to cheer you up because you looked so upset. Your feelings matter a lot to me, you know. It's true that I had a friend named Siga who used to cheer me up, but I lost her a long time ago. What's it gonna take for you to accept that I'm the real Siga? I already told you I didn't mean to trick you. It was hard for me too. The Siga I knew would tell me the truth no matter what happened. That's because she trusted me to understand her problems and help her. But then you joined the police academy and started making a name for yourself. Well, I was just some orphan with a big target on her back. I didn't want to hold you back. How could you possibly think that? It's no different than when you started hiding your identity from me. You thought that I would arrest you the moment I found out you were Ace. Is that the kind of person you think I am? Someone who doesn't care about her friends and who will resort to any method to get the job done? Of course not! You're my closest and most trusted friend. Which is precisely why I wanted you to live the best life possible. Someone like me doesn't deserve to be at your side anymore. Ugh, I've had it with you! I don't want to speak another word to you ever again! Ever! Roslyn.
Long time no see.
Researcher? Boss? You're finally here! You're not hurt, are you? Here, let me take a look at you.
I've done exactly as you asked, Miss Anka. Now, hand over File 049 as agreed.
As expected of a Federation Nexus special agent, you really know your stuff.
Huh?
Guess I should explain, huh? You see, after our little stunt in the Aurora Industries building, the cops were hot on our trail again. Thankfully, Agent Meryl showed up just in time to help us escape. Afterward, she agreed to bring you back to the tavern safely in exchange for the file we stole from Aurora Industries earlier.
No.
Just hear me out, boss. I screwed up when I stole that file because it was never theirs to begin with. Aurora Industries secretly stole it from the Federation Nexus. And Agent Meryl was sent here to retrieve the stolen file. Once she takes it back to the Federation Nexus, she'll do everything in her power to cancel the order for our arrest.
No.
Allow me to reiterate, Miss Nola. File 049 is crucial evidence that ties Aurora Industries to the theft of classified federal information. Which means I can use it to exonerate you and dismantle Aurora Industries for their federal espionage. All you have to do is hand over that file.
And like I said, Meryl, the answer is still no.
Noah, why don't we all just calm down for a bit?
No means no. I'm not handing over the file.
Agent Meryl, would it be alright if we held on to the file for a little longer? We have reason to believe that it involves sensitive matters related to Hykros and the Lysaccia family. Do tell. Enlighten me. It's a little complicated. Could you please give me a bit more time? I still need... I need to consult with my mentor Kenny about something. Kenny, the head of the Space Rift Technology team in Kylo. There are other people I'd like to contact, but as a researcher, I can only reach him for now. So please, for the sake of District 4, just give us a little more time. Very well. You have one night, but that's all. Thank you, Miss...
I almost forgot you were from Kylo. Did you really come to Esperia just for the Aurora Summit?
I'm a member of Wednesday too, aren't I? How could a few words make you completely lose trust in me?
I didn't mean that. It's just that so much has happened recently. And my instincts tell me that there's more to this than meets the eye.
I understand, trust me. I know you don't want to give up that file, but the truth is that Wells won't stop until we're dead. I was just making up an excuse earlier, but we really do need her protection.
But we only have one night. Do you really have a plan?
Leave it to me. Trust me, I'll make sure the file stays with us. Hykros researchers always know a way. Ask Lloyd if you don't believe me.
Alright then. Watch yourself out there.
there something you need? File 049. It's complicated, but I seem to remember some of it as well. You know something about it? Yes, I remember the mission fairly well. The file was recovered and the thief was captured. Then the records in File 049, are they really about the Federation's second attempt at time retracement? Time retracement? I'm not sure, since I've never looked at the file's contents. However, what is it? It should be related to Omnium research in some way. When I was a Federation agent, I came across all kinds of secrets, including some about Hykros. Is something wrong? Things were far from peaceful with Hykros and the Federation back then. Given the high security level of File 049, I suspected that Hykros must have experienced a serious failure during an experiment. Did you find the cause? I still trusted the Federation at the time. I thought that the problem would be solved if we just retrieved that file. Looking back, that must have been an Omnium plague. I think I know how to convince the other Meryl, but I need a few more details to make my case. Can you tell me anything else about your past? Like people you knew at Hykros? Yeah, there's Helena. Helena Bashad. She was the head of the Omnium Research Lab back in Kylo. She was my mother's classmate in college, as well as a tenured professor at Kylo University. It was only thanks to her that Victor and I were able to return to Hykros. That reminds me, I do have one more request. Could you tell the other Meryl to give Professor Helena her birthday gift? I was so busy with work at the time that I never had a chance to give it to her. And now... The Cataclysm, right? Don't worry, I'll let her know. Thanks for all your help, Meryl. You're welcome.
Come on, Rosalind, don't be like this. I won't make you call me Siga anymore, so will you please talk to me? Once we make it out of here safely, I promise I'll do everything I can to help you uncover every secret between Wells and Aurora Industries. It's what I do best. After that, you can throw me in jail or investigate me all you want. I'll answer any question and do whatever you ask. People I should have never forgotten.
Okay. Professor Helena Bashad asked me to deliver a message to you. The experimental records contained in File 049 went far beyond anyone's expectations. She wants to understand everything as much as possible, but for security reasons, she can't tell anyone about it, especially not the Federation. Because of that, she's asking you to wait just a little longer. That doesn't sound like a request she would make. People I should have never forgotten. Oh, and she says you still owe her a birthday gift from before. Birthday gift? I see. I'll agree to your request, but on certain conditions. What is it? Since only half of the files are genuine, I'll let you hold on to them for the time being. Do whatever you need with them. But once I retrieve the other half of File 049, you must return it to me immediately. And I don't want to know anything about its contents, now or ever. Understood. Thank you, Meryl. As for our conversation today, don't mention it to anyone ever again. No problem. I spoke to Meryl just now. She says that we can hold on to our half of File 049 until she retrieves the other half.
What? Did you make some kind of classified High-Gross deal with her?
Sarcasm is more of Gray Fox's thing, don't you think? Besides, I'm just another errand girl for High-Gross, not someone important. In any case, the files are ours for now. If we want to decipher them, we'll have to go find Gray Fox, right?
That's right. Luckily, she's been doing her hacker thing from the comfort of her house all this time. Which means she missed out on this entire fiasco.
You can't leave yet. We're still not done here. What do you mean? All of you are being hunted by the Public Security Bureau. And Officer Roslyn here has just provided evidence that implicates Wells, their chief of police.
Agent Meryl, please refrain from passing any judgment on Chief Wells before sufficient evidence has been gathered.
It's the court's job to pass judgment. My concern is my mission. But under these circumstances, I find it hard to trust Chief Wells.
Even as a Federation agent, you can't mobilize Asperia police without the Chief's consent, can you?
Indeed, which is why I need your assistance.
Sure, why not? Anyone against Aurora Industries is a friend of Wednesday. I'll help too. Wells believes my obsession with capturing Ace made me disobey his orders too many times. So... you're going to go back to your precinct and use your connection to Wells to gather as much information as possible, right? Right. Some people are capable of forgetting their childhood promises, but not me. I intend to carry out justice the right way, so don't get in my way. I won't. But please just be careful. After all, you still have to arrest me when all this is over. Don't worry. I always keep my word.
You're almost ready to take down Aurora Industries, Anka. There's nothing more I can teach you.
Boss, you've been acting so weird today. Ever since we got here.
I happen to remember a few things from the past today. Maybe... Gray Fox?
Why does your voice keep cutting out, Gray Fox? By rotten jerk, you don't think she was talking about... Oh no. Lucius must have gotten her.
Attacking my people, eh? Damn that Lucifer.
I'm sorry, Uncle Wells. I didn't ruin your operation today, did I?
Roslyn, are you okay? Did they hurt you?
No, sir. But I was so naive to fall for Wednesday's tricks. I was supposed to catch them today, but instead I got careless. And Ace overpowered me and nearly took me hostage. I've embarrassed both you and the whole precinct.
No more tears, Roslyn. A proud officer of the Public Security Bureau doesn't cry so easily. Just go home and take a few days to rest and get yourself together.
But I don't want to take time off. Those criminals are still on the loose. I can't just let them get away with it.
Just do as I say, Roslyn. Today was a complete mess, and I still have plenty of work to do. We'll discuss this another time.
That pretty little officer sure knows how to put on an act.
She's not as complicated as you may think. Despite her excellent performance, she's still a cadet inside.
Please, she's not your little girl anymore. And she's more complicated than you think.
Enough. Instead of pestering me with this, you should be looking into this Agent Merrill. Do I need to remind you just how dangerous someone linked to the Federation Nexus can be?
Oh my, not the great and terrible Federation Nexus. If you ask me, we should get rid of all of them once and for all.
Hey, what did I just say? She has nothing to do with them. If you so much as touch on her...
Or you'll what? After all these years, the only part of you that has grown is your age. You've slowed down both physically and mentally. Worst of all, you've gone soft. You had so much spirit back then, ready to kill anyone at the drop of a hat. But look at you now. Luckily, the younger ones are still eager and obedient. So unfortunately, I think our partnership has come to an end.
Don't tell me you're going to go look for Asureta now. He's not what you'd call a pushover, you know. Idiot. If anyone's grown more foolish over the years, it's you. Your brain's still as dull as ever, since all you can think about is killing. Then, maybe it's time for us to go our separate ways. But after all the times I've helped you out, don't you think you owe me something in return? Roslyn said she went out to catch those criminals, but I think she's starting to suspect me. I know she won't take time off like I asked, so why not? Asureta is a smart man. He'll know what to do with these witness testimonies and pieces of evidence, and he'll know exactly who to help.
Well, Authorizer, did you see Nemesis?
Yes.
So, the Nem mentioned by Nurse Shirley of Astra is actually Nemesis. and the two currently exist in a symbiotic state. She was the one who eliminated the alteration virus and freed the control tower from its grasp. Is she trying to save the Gesthos network? If everything is as she says, then she was never the source of the alteration virus. So who was it that planted it in the Gesthos network? Furthermore, based on the energy pulses from that black and purple Shirley, it appears she draws her power from the same source as the virus. I believe what you've told me, but I cannot wholeheartedly trust Shirley's one-sided account of the matter. As I previously stated, we still don't have enough information to make any reasonable conclusions, especially with regard to the nature of Nemesis. For all we know, this could be an elaborate plot by Nemesis to mislead us and cause Hykros to make an error in judgment. After all, she was lying in wait for a very long time before invading the Gesthos network. That much has been ascertained. The meaning of words can differ from person to person. When Shirley of Astra mentions saving the Gesthos network, does her definition of salvation match our own? In your eyes, is this so-called Sky Piercer, an entity that exists within Nemesis, truly worthy of your trust?
I trust her. After all, she did help me defeat the alteration virus in the foundational layer earlier. At the very least, our goals are aligned. We might even have a chance to bring her over to our side.
I have no way of knowing whether you are right or wrong. Only by continuing your investigation will we find the answer. Still, we have acquired a great deal of new information since we started, and I'm optimistic about the current situation. I believe the appearance of those aberrations on the surface layer, as well as their disappearance following the elimination of the alteration virus, is especially worthy of notice. I will analyze the functional logic behind the systems involved, which may shed some light on more of the alteration virus's characteristics. If we are able to construct an effective antivirus from this data, the problem may be solved sooner rather than later.
But in the real world, what were the aberrations like in its actual history? Plotty, the network world is a historically accurate copy of Ida, right?
That's right.
I discovered some disturbing information.
What would that be?
Well, it appears the Federation started a project codenamed Reshape Reality to deal with some disaster.
Reshape Reality? I don't believe I've heard any mention of this project. From a literal standpoint, a phenomenon such as this can only be accomplished with Omnium. The prospect of reshaping reality. Could it be referring to the second attempt at time retracement?
Time retracement? Did I really stumble across something related to that?
The Omnium plague within the Shooter Ring lab. Was it always there? Or did it only begin to spread once the alteration virus appeared? At this point in time, the Omnium plague should have already appeared. However, due to the lack of historical information, the details surrounding the events of the Cataclysm still remain a mystery. All we know is that the Federation, being incompetent and irresponsible, just watched as the Omnium plague spread. Then they tried to retrace time and take the world back to before the plague started. What happened next is known to everyone. An even greater cataclysm occurred, one which shattered our world and brought it to the brink of total destruction. Countless people lost their lives as a result.
The Cataclysm. Is it about to happen in this world too?
Given how things are going, I'm afraid so. But there's no need for you to worry. You are an outsider in this virtual world, and I'll make sure you're safe, no matter what.
Thanks for your help. Lottie. What happened?
The program specifically designed to scan for data singularities was detected by the network's firewall and is temporarily unusable. Therefore, I can't provide you with the exact location of the data singularity this— I told you before, data singularities in the surface layer are a type of error or loophole in the system. So in order to find singularities like this, the program essentially acts as an attack on the network. I've only used this program on the network twice, but its firewall has already identified it as a source of attacks and will counterattack whenever I activate it. For that reason, I don't have a way to locate data singularities right now.
And so?
There are certainly other singularities within the network, but you'll need to find them yourself this time. You're quite familiar with the surface layer now, right? Have you noticed any distinctive features?
The coordinates for the last two data singularities happen to be where the Omnium reactors were located in the surface layer. Maybe there's some sort of connection between the two?
I'm not talking about that. It's the similar data fluctuations that might indicate a weakening in the firewall's functions.
I'm not sure about that. The only real similarity between the last two operations is that we had to use Omnium reactors that existed on the surface layer. If we locate the next reactor, we might also find a new data singularity there.
That's a bold assumption, Authorizer. If you're right, it might revolutionize our entire understanding of the surface layer. Here's an example. Research revealed that attacks on the foundational layer by viruses led to anomalies in Ada's surface layer. That's why, after you eradicated the viruses, the surface network's aberrations vanished.
If your theory holds, then a data singularity's surface coordinates should align with a foundational layer vulnerability, rather than being tied to a fixed object on the surface layer.
Exactly. If Omnium reactors can pinpoint data singularities, it implies that the surface layer's operational logic also impacts the network's foundational layer. This could significantly influence our network's repair strategies.
Understood.
Get moving, Authorizer. If you actually succeed, we'll have a lot of work ahead of us.
Understood. But before I proceed, can you tell me if Hykros has any lab records on Omnium experiments? Especially those related to reactors from before the Cataclysm? This would help me find them more easily once I enter the network.
Yes, I did find some. After you mentioned what happened on the surface layer, I stumbled upon a few records. I think you'll find them quite intriguing. Once you've gone through these materials, you'll be ready to dive into the network.
Hey, Plotty. I looked through those files you gave me. I have some questions about their authenticity.
These are all official reports from Asperia's media and the Federation. Even if the events aren't perfectly aligned with the facts, the conclusions are verified as true.
But if everything in these files is true, does that mean I've already altered the history that was meant to unfold within the network? If so, will everything still play out as it did in Ida's real history?
There's a flaw in your reasoning. It's precisely because the network's history is immutable that the events recorded in these files are destined to occur. I showed you these files to remind you not to waste any more energy on the surface layer than absolutely necessary. Or have you already forgotten about Shirley?
Of course not.
You're finally here, researcher! Check out the fruits of my latest and greatest research on Aurora Industries. It took 3 days of non-stop work, but it's finally done.
Actually, she just rummaged through the old box and gathered all the intel from Wednesday. Gray Fox was always urging her to organize it, but she kept putting it off until now.
Absolutely! I fed all the intel from these reports, plus Aurora Industries' public market data, into Gray Fox's decryption terminal. And the AI has already pinpointed several possible hideouts for Gray Fox. Unfortunately, since all this intel was gathered in the past, we can only narrow it down to a few buildings and manufacturing plants under Aurora Industries, as well as some of Lucius's private properties. The rest is up to Officer Roslyn, our guardian angel whose courage, incredible acting, and commitment to justice have empowered her to continue our righteous fight against Chief Wells and his tyranny.
Well, that introduction was super long. In short, I fibbed to Wells that my zeal to nab the thief led me to mess with his plans. That tale earned me a suspension pending investigation, but it gave me ample time to shadow him. I know exactly what you're thinking, but the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. Anka and I have agreed on a secret code, and she can see my location in real time whenever she wants. If anything happens to me, she'll know where to find me.
Our secret code is Sega, 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 Sega.
I've already sent Anka the location Wells often visits when off duty. Hopefully these will help you rescue Gray Fox. Wells is in a meeting with some of Asperia's government officials today. I plan to slip into his office to gather some crucial evidence. Anka, watch your backs out there, and best of luck.
Okay, let's go.
Here's the information Roslyn gave me earlier. If you put it all together, there are only 3 places left to investigate. A private villa in Dandelion Coast, an Aurora Industries production plant in Linglong Industrial Park, and an unfinished building in Azure Coast.
We don't have time to investigate all 3 of them. If we want to maximize our chances of saving Gray Fox, we'll have to split up and search. Ace and I will take Azure Coast. You should be pretty familiar with Linglong Industrial Park, researcher. Why don't you and Meryl handle that area?
Actually, through my Hycros connections, I recently discovered that the building in Azure Coast is actually another secret Omnium research center by Aurora Industries.
So Lucius is keeping a huge secret somewhere in that building, and it's most likely connected to Gray Fox. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Then again, we'd be wasting a lot of time if we didn't find her there. Maybe it's better if we cover more ground first?
Researcher is right. To the Public Security Bureau, you're nothing but a group of uncontrollable fugitives. Without me here, they would stop at nothing to hunt down and arrest you all.
Such a hassle. Let's all just head to that coast then.
Is this the place? It's so quiet. I don't think anyone's been here for a long time. Do you really think we'll find Gray Fox here?
It seems there are two entrances here. One at the front and one at the back. Should we pair up?
Yes, I think we can cover more ground that way. I'll go with Researcher.
And since when did we put you in charge?
You're the one who suggested splitting up in the first place.
Hey, boss. Don't you want to team up with me anymore? Or are you ditching me for the new Researcher?
Anka, once we save Gray Fox, I'll make sure she knows every single thing you've been up to. Every bit of it.
No, wait! Researcher, help me out here! I don't want Gray Fox to chew me out when she's back. Hey, boss, wait up! I don't have a motorcycle!
Check this out. It looks like something or someone was dragged along the ground over here. It's too early to say for sure. Let's just see where the trail leads. step aside. I know a way to get through. Go take cover. Leave these doors to me. I didn't expect your combat skills to be so sharp, perfectly covering my blind spots. Are you really just a researcher? You're much different than I imagined. Only what I found in your Hykros personnel files. Your past mentors say you're a talented researcher, but often overlook social interactions due to your reserved nature and dedication to research. But the researcher I know is decisive, resilient, and composed under pressure, executing tasks efficiently and never lagging behind. That's because I do. Tell me, what could have happened in such a short amount of time to change you so much? Ever since I came into contact with Wednesday, I've experienced all sorts of things on a regular basis that I never would have encountered in the lab. Maybe that's what made me change so much? I understand that. Major life changes often lead to shifts in personality, and you've certainly faced your share of them since arriving in Hesperia, like falling into a coma or being kidnapped. Now that you mention it, those events feel like they happened ages ago. Honestly, they weren't that big of a deal, so I wouldn't dwell on them. Besides, I never would have met you if they hadn't happened, right? Even a small shift in perspective can help us understand other people a lot better. After my wandering days came to an end and I returned to Hykros, I said something similar to Helena, who cared about me deeply. I'm sure she felt the same way then. You're only comforting me because you don't want me to worry so much about you. That's why you pretend nothing happened, and even make jokes about your painful past to show me how strong you are. Professor Helena told me about you, the daughter of the Lysaccia family, who became an orphan overnight, wandering throughout the country while searching for your missing brother. That must have been tough. I didn't expect her to tell you so much about me. She must trust you a lot. Honestly, I can hardly remember my wandering days, or the person I was back then. But losing my brother, that pain, that desperate feeling, I can never forget that. I completely understand. I too lost someone important, and my quest to find her brought me here. I can barely remember who I was when I started this journey. It's like you said, it's impossible not to change after so many experiences. But I think change isn't necessarily bad. Without those experiences, I wouldn't have met so many friends or become who I am today. I know you will, so don't worry too much. I'm sure today's mission will be a success, and Grey Fox will be back with you soon enough. Finding her won't be easy, but the happiness of reuniting will be worth it. The breakthrough Lucius mentioned is most likely File 049. He mistook it for Hykros' research and wants to claim it as his own to help Aurora Industries surpass its competitors. But who exactly is this Asurata guy? Is he really that influential? He must be if someone like Lucius has no choice but to bow his head and ask for his help. The so-called Todd family sounds pretty intimidating too. He's the CEO of Oth Inc., as well as the next in line to lead the Todd family. What? You don't even know basic history? In 2547, the distant beacon encountered an accident midair, forcing the Federation to sacrifice part of the ship's cargo to make a safe emergency landing. This ensured everyone's safety, but led to subsequent material shortages. In order to maintain social order and establish Ida as quickly as possible, the Federation partnered closely with a number of influential families whose fortunes were built on interstellar travel. Let me guess. The Lisaccia and Todd families were among them, right? Correct. My family believes that technology is humanity's guiding light into the future. That's why we invested in cutting-edge technology, including Hykros. The Todd family, however, believes that information rules everything. Many details surrounding the Todd family prior to the age of interstellar travel are difficult to verify. All I can say is that before coming to Ida and establishing themselves as a media giant, the Todd family made their fortune through espionage and trading secrets on the human homeworld. Whether it's espionage, underground deals, or the movement of funds, the Todd family's presence can be felt wherever connections, intel, and money are involved. They're a family of genius entrepreneurs, and their network even extends into the Federation itself. So what's this big job Asurata is doing for Lucius? We'll have to keep digging if we want to find out. Let's go. This document. It's related to File 049's transfer from the Federation Nexus to Asperia. It seems Lucius had been plotting to steal it for a while. I wonder how he managed to get it. You don't need to tell me about Hykros or what they're up to. Now that the Lysaccia family is gone, I'm just a Federation investigator now. But aren't you even a little curious about what's in this file? Lucius wouldn't have gone to such lengths to steal it if he didn't think it contained cutting-edge Omnium research. What would it matter if I knew? I'm not a member of the Todd family. I don't know how to exploit valuable information for profit or power. As far as I'm concerned, they're nothing but parasites with an obsession for money and power. Though they weren't directly involved in the Lysaccia family's destruction, they definitely contributed to it, and even benefited greatly from it. He was still just a student when it all happened, so he had nothing to do with my family's downfall. But Tepin Todd, his father and the true head of the Todd family, is another story. Tepin is an extremely cunning and profiteering man who knows how to maximize his interests while ensuring his own security. When the Lysaccia family was destroyed, he was able to convince the court that he was innocent of any wrongdoing. He wasn't directly involved, so I can't use legal means for revenge. Confronting him would only threaten the life Victor and I have now. But one way or another, he's going to pay for that.
We're over here, researcher. We found a series of emails from Lucius asking the whereabouts of File 049, transfer records of the notary company to suppress trending online searches, and procurement records for the construction of a hidden Omnium research lab in this building. It's funny because the trending news was exaggerated by witnesses. They said that Wednesday sent over 12 people to rob Aurora Industries, yet Lucius paid 10 million Norn just to cover it up.
It's Rosalind, researcher. I just lost sight of her location.
Lost it? She said she was going to search Wells's office earlier, didn't she?
Yes. And 10 minutes ago, I could still see her position inside the Public Security Bureau, but it just suddenly disappeared. I tried rebooting it a bunch of times, but the signal and location data seems fine. Rosalind's signal is the only one missing, and she's not responding to any of my messages. Oh, what should I do?
Stop panicking, Anka. It could just be a problem with her locator or the signal in the bureau. Just be patient.
Anka, Nola, listen. Go find Rosalind now. If she's in danger, call the Fang Gang for help. If she's safe, help her continue searching Wells's office for clues.
But what about Grey Fox?
Meryl and I can handle things here. By the time you get to the Bureau, we'll be finished. In any case, there's no reason for either of you to come back.
I agree with researcher. But I'm not leaving until Grey Fox is rescued. I'm leaving Rosalind in your hands, Anka. Take this badge and show it to Gunpowder of the Fang Gang, and he'll do whatever he can to help.
Boss, I understand. I'm off to look for Rosalind now, so the rest of you better stay safe.
What's that noise?
It sounds like someone's banging on the door. Could it be Gray Fox? He was Aurora's previous chief scientist. Richard took over after his resignation. He must have had his doubts about the origins of File 049, so he resigned out of fear.
In other words, if this Simon person is still alive, he can serve as a witness to implicate Lucius for stealing File 049 and conducting illegal Omnium research. Something about this is a little strange, though.
How so?
Don't you think everything has gone way too smoothly for us so far? Now that you mention it, it does feel that way. The only resistance we encountered was a few droids, and they were easy enough to take down. You'd think they would have better security for an illegal Omnium lab, but getting in here was even easier than infiltrating the Aurora Experimental Center.
Maybe Aurora Industries didn't expect us to find this place?
It's not just that. Those strange footprints led us all the way here, and these documents are powerful evidence that directly proves Lucius stole File 049 and conducted illegal Omnium experiments. How should I put it? It feels like an invisible hand has been deliberately placing everything we need right in front of us.
When you put it that way, it does feel odd.
Hey Nola, I remember you saying that the media exaggerated our break-in of the Aurora Experimental Center, blowing it up to say there were over a dozen people involved, right?
Yeah, we broke in all right, but the process was grossly exaggerated.
A scenario in which old allies are eliminated, new enemies are defeated, and a bright future is brought into clear sight. The only person who stands to win here is Wells. Could it be? What do you mean about Wells?
Researcher, what exactly are you talking about?
I'm worried that Wells was only pretending to buy into Rosalind's act, and that he used her to lure us out here. If so, Wells has most likely captured her already. Wells probably wants to eliminate all his problems, whether it's us or Lucius. That's why he went through so much trouble to set this up and used Gray Fox to lure us here.
We've come this far. Even if it is a trap, we have to try. As long as there's even the slightest chance of rescuing Gray Fox, I won't give up.
I'm going too. If this whole thing really is a trap laid by Wells, then I'm your only shot at survival.
Thank you. just like what we saw back at Shooter Electronics. Wait, no it's not. I'm sensing a completely different pressure from this guy.
I can't locate his weak point at all.
If you don't deal with him now, you'll never be able to find Raven. But he's way tougher than the last one.
Can you hear me, Plotty?
I hear you. Did you make it?
I did. I found an Omnium reactor in the surface layer, and used the terminal there to locate another data singularity and enter the network. My guess was right. There must be some connection between the Omnium reactors in the surface layer and the data singularities.
Well done. Now all we have to do is thoroughly research your new discovery. But right now, you have something much more important to do. The area of the foundational layer you're currently in is under attack by a large number of viruses. They're about to take over the control tower, so please clear them out as soon as possible.
Okay.
The viruses in the foundational layer are definitely the root cause of the aberrations in the surface layer. But to be safe, I suggest you use the control tower to repair the system before leaving.
But I didn't use the control tower last time. It was Shirley, or rather Void Piercer, who used it, but I'm not exactly sure what they did.
Control towers are used to modify or maintain the network system functions. But improper modifications can sometimes damage it. If you want to know what she did last time, you'll have to ask her.
Got it.
Go to the control tower. I'll teach you how to input the system repair command. Relax. Just follow my instructions and input the commands into the panel.
I'm here, boss! What kind of monster is this? Huh?
Don't let any of them get away.
Yes!
Wells!
Rust, what are you doing?
No, you can't die yet, Wells. I still have so much to ask you.
Roslyn, you'll find everything in the secret room of my office. I failed your father. But worse,
I've got the evidence. All I need now is your statement. You can't die now, Wells. I still need answers.
Forgive me. I was so blinded by power.
Researcher? I didn't see you when I came in. Yeah, it's a total mess. Everything happened so fast. Phew. Thank goodness you're okay. I was so worried about you when I saw the arrest warrant. Tell me, are you actually a member of Wednesday now? Or were you kidnapped?
No, it's not like that. Aurora Industries. They wanted to get some Omnium technology secrets out of me, but I refused, so they framed me. I'm totally innocent.
I see you've had it rough. I get it, don't worry. Honestly, these last few days have been the scariest of my life. Don't get me started. I almost got suspended for helping Roslyn. I thought she was trying to catch Wednesday to get her job back, but she ended up rescuing them.
Wait, you didn't report her to Wells, did you?
Of course not. I'm a proper officer of the Public Security Bureau. I kept quiet, assessed the situation calmly, and began my own investigation before making any conclusions. I'm still not done investigating, just so you know. After I got assigned to this operation today, I received a distress call from Anka. She said someone from the Fang Gang discovered that Wells had Roslyn locked away in the hospital.
What?
I never got to ask the chief, and now I never will. I guess the chief knew Roslyn suspected him but couldn't kill her like he did Wednesday. So he faked a psychological disorder for Roslyn and had her locked in the hospital. A psychiatrist I caught earlier told me how they torture their victims that way. When I joined the force, I never thought I'd end up teaming with a suspended special officer, a notorious criminal group, and the famous Fang Gang of Esperia to bring down my own chief. What a nightmare. But when this is all over, at least I can say I was a brave and just officer of the law who upheld the vow I made at the academy.
Anka, why are you and Roslyn here? Didn't I tell you to look for Grey Fox somewhere else?
Because Roslyn found a lot of evidence against Wells in his office. Like the weapon used to murder her father, the gun that once belonged to him but went missing years ago. It was in Wells's private safe all along. He's been lying to Roslyn for years and years. Same thing this time. Wells never trusted her and knew she'd eventually follow him. So he used her to lure us into a trap and pit us against that maniac Lucius. He even lied about that meeting he supposedly went to. That was just to bait her into entering his office so he could capture her and send her to the hospital. So as soon as Rosalind was safe, the two of us rushed over here to rescue you. Otherwise, Wells's plan of evil masterminds killed by a monster and Ambassador of Justice Wells saves the day might have succeeded. So did you guys find Grey Fox?
No, nothing. Despite the chaos, we didn't find any hidden doors, secret rooms, or passages. Grey Fox must be somewhere else.
Don't lose hope yet. I asked Gunpowder to check other places where Grey Fox might be held, and he just sent me a message. Maybe he found something. No luck. Gunpowder says he checked every corner and asked around, but there's no sign of Grey Fox.
Weren't you just telling me not to lose hope yet? Don't start giving up now. According to you, she's supposed to be really tough, right?
That's right. She's the daughter of Tepin Todd, the wealthy president of Oth Inc. And Aserata Todd, the Oth Inc. executive who always appears before the media, is her older brother.
Then I'm sure Grey Fox is fine. The Todd family is extremely well established, and even Lucius fears and respects them. There's no way he would have done anything to put her in real danger. Besides, it's possible the Todd family has already found her.
But if she's okay, then why hasn't she contacted me yet? I've sent her hundreds of messages, but still no reply. It's so frustrating. I can't just sit here and do nothing. I have to think of something. Come on, Anka, think! This isn't working. I haven't slept in 3 days, so I can't even think straight right now. Maybe I'll come up with something after a good night's sleep.
Hey Meryl, did you find the rest of File 049? No, just a few fragments of it. I think most of it was damaged during the fight just now. But if I gather as much of them as possible, I can hand them over to the Federation along with Lucius. And that should be enough. Given his current condition, the only option is to take him to the hospital for treatment and interrogate him once he wakes up. After that, I'll shift the focus of my investigation to his relationship with Wells. Thankfully, Anka saved me a lot of trouble by gathering enough evidence and information related to Aurora Industries. However, I'll still need the Public Security Bureau's help for the next part of my investigation. Officer Roslin, I know things must be difficult for you right now, but there's still a lot of work to be done, and I'll need your help to do it.
Sorry, Agent Meryl, but I'm still suspended pending an investigation into my previous actions. You'd better ask Carol for help.
I can put in an urgent request to have you reinstated as a special officer, for the sake of aiding my investigation and cleaning things up here.
You can't give up, Roslyn. You're the most responsible, determined, and righteous cop in all of Asperia. Maybe even all of Ida. Besides, you still haven't brought me to justice, remember? Who said anything about giving up? Attention, all officers of the Public Security Bureau. Under Agent Meryl's orders, I have been temporarily reinstated as a special officer and assume full command of this crime scene. President Lucius is suspected of conducting illegal Omnium experiments and bribing government officials. However, due to his unconscious state, He must first be transported to the hospital for medical treatment. Regarding Wells Kudrow, former chief of police for the Asperia Public Security Bureau, prior to his death, he was suspected of accepting bribes, murdering Officer Lockhart, his predecessor, and several other crimes. Have our forensic doctors retrieve his body as soon as possible. As for the members of Wednesday, Nola and Anka are suspected of kidnapping a Kylo researcher, stealing from Aurora Industries, and other crimes. However, they voluntarily surrendered themselves to me and later assisted in exposing the crimes of Chief Wells. As such, they are to be temporarily detained for further questioning. Kylo researcher, as a suspected accomplice in Wednesday's crimes, you will also be detained for questioning.
Me? So no one is safe now, huh?
Don't worry, everyone. I'm sure Officer Roslyn, our righteous and merciful friend, will show us a little more leniency after helping out in such an important case. Isn't that right, Officer Roslyn? I'm already helping you by attesting to your surrender and your assistance in exposing Wells. Showing you leniency is the judge's decision, not mine.
Officer Roslyn, these three are closely tied to my current mission. They were instrumental in helping me retrieve a missing Federation file, as well as providing incriminating evidence against Aurora Industries.
Huh?
Yay!
I still require their assistance for the rest of my investigation. The law dictates that as a federal agent, I am authorized to take detainees of the Public Security Bureau into my custody as needed.
I can agree to that, but not before they undergo the Public Security Bureau's detainment procedures first. Once your mission is over, they will need to be returned to us for further investigation as well.
Understood. However, until my own investigation is concluded, I'd like for them to operate with full autonomy while under my supervision.
As long as they conduct themselves in accordance with the law, I have no objections.
Thank you, Meryl.
Thank you, Meryl.
Woohoo! Wednesday foiled yet another criminal plot, and our incredible friend in the Federation bailed us out of serious trouble. Now that's what you call a perfect ending. She didn't bail you out of anything. As a federal agent, she's only taking you into her custody for the time being. Remember to work hard, and you might just have a chance to make amends. Don't worry, I've stocked up enough evidence against Aurora Industries to completely make up for my crimes. In fact, I might have enough to earn a commendation or two. Don't get ahead of yourselves, especially after all the trouble your organization has caused so far. That goes double for you, Anka. Even if you don't end up in jail, you're looking at 10 years of community service at the very least. Fine by me. Working odd jobs is my specialty after all. You... Forget it. Agent Meryl and I need to return to the Bureau to file our incident reports, as well as sort out the paperwork for leaving you in her custody.
Excellent work, Authorizer. Unfortunately, after the firewall blocked my program, I've made almost no progress in researching the surface layer. Right now, your actions within the surface layer are probably our best and only option. So, if you still have energy for it, perhaps you'd like to continue investigating other connections between the foundational layer and the surface layer.
You mentioned earlier that history within the network can't be altered, but the explosion reported in those articles you showed me was completely averted. That was because my actions within the foundational layer seemed to change the outcome.
That's impossible. The surface layer is an authentic record of the past. meaning it's supposed to follow the exact course of Ida's history. What you're describing is no different than making changes to an old movie. So how could that be?
I'm not sure, but how else do you explain everyone surviving their predetermined deaths?
Are you sure they actually survived? Based on our original understanding of the surface layer, even if they managed to avoid the explosion, the record still would have ended when it was supposed to end. Meaning, if it was their time to go, changing the outcome wouldn't stop them from disappearing at the certain point in time.
So what? Just because they're made of data from previous events, does that really mean there's no point in trying to change their fates?
Based on our current understanding, that's exactly what it means. Either way, I suggest confirming it for yourself, as it would still further our understanding of the surface layer.
Okay.
Hello, hello! You've reached Anka, Esperia's up-and-coming community service star and model citizen. What can I do for you, researcher?
Huh? You didn't seriously think Rosalind threw me in jail, did you?
No. I just wanted to ask if you still had the badge Nola gave you earlier?
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about it. Rosalind's still setting up my community service schedule, so I can't leave right now. Could you swing by and pick it up instead?
Okay.
Researcher, you gotta help me change Rosalind's mind. Meryl just invited her to become a Federation agent, but she turned her down. just think I'm not ready to take on any new challenges right now. I know I won't be chosen to run the Bureau next, but... Meryl gave you time to consider her offer, remember? You don't have to come up with an answer right now, so just give it a little more thought. Even I'm a little jealous that she offered you something like that. I know Meryl said she would use her authority as a federal agent to pardon Wednesday for breaking into Aurora Industries twice, but that doesn't mean you have to keep siding with her like this. I'm only thinking of you, Rosalind. Your dream is to preserve justice, order, and equality for all. And becoming a federal agent would bring you closer to that than staying here as an Asperia cop. And then what? Without me here to supervise your community service, you would just run off and commit more crimes as a member of Wednesday, right? That's not what I meant. I just think a change of scenery would be good for you. That way, you wouldn't have to face everything related to Wells all the time. It could be just like last time, when you left Astra after your dad passed away. A new environment gave you the space you needed to process everything. Remember? I didn't pick myself up back then because I had new surroundings. It was because I met a good friend who I could talk to about anything. If I stay in Asperia, I'll still have you, Carol, and Researcher, and right now, that's a lot more important to me than becoming a federal agent. Besides, a truly outstanding police officer can uphold justice, order, and equality just as well as any federal agent. In any case, I'm not taking my eyes off you until your community service is done. So don't even think about trying to shake me before then. If you do a good job, I might even consider calling you Siga. Roslyn. It was nothing. I was just doing my duty as an officer of the law. I just got a message from Carol. She's asking me to return to the office because a federal agent is looking for me. I have to go now. But remember to show up to work on time, Anka. You hear me? On time. Yes, ma'am. Oh, crud. Classes are almost over at the kindergarten, and I'm supposed to work there as a crossing guard today. Oh, sorry, Researcher, but I gotta go right now or else I'll be late. Here, take Nola's badge. Also, I still haven't forgotten about searching for Grey Fox. I'll let you know right away if I find anything, so please do the same for me.
Guess I'll go return Nola's badge now. Wait, Rosalind said a federal agent was looking for her, but she didn't mention Rosalind's name at all. Could it be someone else? I saved Anka and the others, but what about Meryl's encounter with Asurata Todd and Team X? Will things still play out like they did in the real world?
Welcome to Odin's Tavern. How may I serve you? Very well. 1 glass of iced water.
We're discussing Lucius right now. The hospital doctors found traces of a rage-inducing drug in his system, which must have been administered by Wells. He's still unconscious, but once he wakes up, I'll be sure to ask him about Grey Fox's whereabouts.
We appreciate it. You should thank her on behalf of Anka and yourself as well. After all, it's only thanks to her that we're not in jail right now. You don't mind, do you? Oh, I nearly forgot about it. Thanks.
Wait, that badge. Where did you get it?
It's been with me like forever. You've seen it before?
Yeah, I remember spotting it once in a file. Likely a Federation document.
Really? What else do you know about it? It's really important to me. I need to know everything you can remember.
I might have found it by accident when I was looking through the archives. I realized I had the wrong file and closed it right away. The page I saw had an image of this badge. I didn't read the details, but it seemed to be related to the Defense Force, possibly a covert unit.
So, I was a soldier? A covert unit. I do recall being in a brutal battle, but I can't remember anything else.
It makes sense. Aside from your own outstanding fighting prowess, you also demonstrate skills in group combat that are generally reserved for highly trained special forces. Soldiers who have seen the savagery of war firsthand often suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder and other mental health issues. In more severe cases, some patients develop symptoms akin to amnesia as a way of repressing their experiences.
Where can I get more information about this unit?
Normally, ordinary Defense Force members just have to submit a simple access request to the military institution that possesses the files in question. But if you were in a secret ops team, the records would be stored in the Federation's classified archives.
Any chance you could tell me where that library is located? Who's there?
I don't see any issue with these documents. I'll be sure to report every last detail of today's findings to the Federation once I return. As for File 049, a significant portion of it was damaged in the battle earlier, when a stray bullet struck the file. I managed to recover a fair amount of the fragments and seal them in an evidence bag, but the file is beyond recovery.
Interrogate me. That's rich.
Authorizer, your researcher persona has caught the Federation's attention in the surface layer. This complicates our mission.
Plotty?
It's an emergency, so please use the space rift and get out right away. I'll set up a new persona for you once you return. Yes, right now! What happened? What did you do to set off the firewall?
Huh? When the heck did I tell you to do that? I can't even communicate with you in the surface layer! Your biometrics are unique. Do you know how hard it is to create a new persona for you? I know you're upset, but please just listen to me. I had my doubts at first too, but I was caught in a dangerous situation right before it happened. I didn't have time to think clearly, but it did seem strange that I was able to hear your voice in the surface layer.
I didn't mean to scare you just now. Anyways, I'm sorry. So you're sure you heard my voice in the network?
Yes.
I'll have to look into that later. Right now, we need to get the firewall to stop targeting you. We don't have much time, but in order to send you back into the network as quickly as possible, I'll have to take a few risks. We need to restart the firewall, but it has to be done piece by piece. They will take time, but each part will be extremely vulnerable. Viruses will most likely sense that vulnerability and begin attacking the network even more aggressively. That, in turn, will cause the firewall to concentrate its remaining resources on the viruses, which should deprioritize you enough to grant you safe access to the network.
Got it.
I'm counting on you. For now, just give me a brief rundown of your recent actions within the network.
For starters, I confirmed that the history within the surface layer can definitely be changed. People who should have died are now living their new lives.
Impossible. Just calculating and recreating history commands a significant portion of the network's computing power. Recalculating the lives of so many people within the network would be an immense drain on its already strained resources. I can't imagine it would waste that much computing power on something so meaningless.
But it did. So they must have meant something, right?
Are you saying the surface layer serves a greater purpose?
Honestly, it's been bothering me from the very beginning. What's the point of keeping something as troublesome as the network in existence, when all it does is reproduce history within the surface layer? But right now, my intuition tells me that I'm one step closer to understanding the truth behind this whole thing.
Right now, I can only go with what I know. If you're seeking answers, you'll have to uncover them yourself in the network. We're short on time, so I'll get to work on the firewall. What do you make of it, Papa? I don't know who else to ask about this.
Someone clearly tricked the authorizer, but you already know the answer, don't you? Whoever did this wanted the firewall to detect the authorizer and prevent them from accessing the network.
Things are getting even more complicated. If the enemy was able to imitate me this time, there's no telling what they'll do next time. Maybe it was Nemesis? Or the heirs of Ida? Or maybe someone else from Hykros is responsible for this. It's also possible that we're facing an entirely new enemy now.
Quit acting scared! If they've already done something like this to us, chances are they're going to try messing with us again. And when they do, that's when we'll catch them red-handed! Simple as that!
Yes, you're absolutely right. Also, Papa, I have to warn you. You're usually the one who helps me bear the load of the network's cybernetic link, but restarting the firewall is going to greatly increase that load.
Bring it on! Nothing's too much for the great Papa, so just leave it to me.
What I mean is that you're sitting this one out. I'm going to bear the load myself this time, so get some rest.
What's that supposed to mean? I told you leave it to me, didn't I? You better not be underestimating me, Plotty!
Just do as I ask, please. If you do, I won't count your appearance just now against you. In fact, I'll let you come out to play 2 more times this week.
Huh? For real? You swear it?
I swear it.
You got yourself a deal? Hey, wait a minute. You're not gonna use this against me, are you?
Thank you!
どっちが優秀かを考えれば当然の結論ね。何？
Authorization success. Authorization successful.
You